I'm Maddie. Welcome to stream. We return once more with Kerbal Space Program. Hello, kitty. Meow, meow, meow. Such a good girl. Meow, meow. Hello? She's been running all over the place today. How much you kitty? Meow, meow. Played with her a little earlier. Her little toy on a string. Such a cool baby. Okay. First thing we're gonna do is something that I forgot to do at the end of last stream that I really need to do. And that is we are going to put Stagnic 7 into hibernation. Because I don't know how to fix its orbit yet. I have 4 years to fix its orbit. But, you know. We gotta... So, we're gonna do. Boop. How do I put you into hibernation? Hibernation. Turn on. Okay. He's now hibernating. So, solar panels are facing towards Kerbal. So we don't have to worry about her running out of power. Yeah, as you can see, her power stopped draining and started refilling now that we've put her into hibernation mode. And this will buy us some time. So our contract to get this satellite into geostationary orbit above Tatiana's Surprise, which means we need to be around here in the orbit. Our contract to do that doesn't expire for 4 years. So we have a long time to figure out how to move this satellite from here to here along this orbit. Because I did not watch more tutorials in between the last stream and today. Like I said I would. So, I still don't know how to do that yet. But we have plenty of time to figure it out. So it's not an issue for the time being. Yeah. Technic 1 is still safely orbiting as well. And what is this? What? What are you? Huh? What is this orbit for? Nyom. Howdy, potato. What is this orbit? I can see Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard and Spacecraft Parts Co. Huh? No. 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 It's not any bit of debris that I have. What is this orbit? What are you? Huh? What are you doing? Why? What is this? Is it marked as a different agency? Has Jeb been putting satellites into orbit on his own in his free time? What is this? I'm gonna look this up. Okay, it's a potential contract orbit. So there's an orbit that is being offered to me in the contract in mission control that would require me to put a satellite in that orbit. Okay. That's kind of neat that it shows you what the orbital line is. Yeah, I'm guessing it's this. Yeah. Yeah. I see. Unmanned probe has an antenna and can generate power. Its destination equilateral orbit around Kerbal within visible deviation. Thermometer on the satellite maintains stability for 10 seconds. This could be good. It's not geostationary. It gives us plenty of monies. It'll pay for itself and then some. I'm taking this. That's a great deal. It's a big orbit, so we're gonna need a fair bit of delta V to do it. But it's that's definitely doable. All right. Who is Jeb? I'm assuming not the inventor of the Kerbal? I don't know what that word is. Jeb is our premier pilot. Yeah, right here. This dude. So he is our current best pilot. And he also runs a side business manufacturing parts for spacecraft and stuff. Chatting here is... Oh, we can change tourist spacesuits. Oh, that's good to know. We can give them something that matches our aesthetic. Okay, that's cool. I thought tourists always just used the default suit. I didn't realize you could change their suit. That's nice. Kerbal. Don't know what that is. I hope you haven't tricked me into saying something bad. I trust. Hi, dear. Howdy, Batfoot. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. All right. So today, we have some goals, and I have prepared a new presentation. Sorry for the flashbang. White screen from Sudden Darkness, but anyways. So, after the events that have previously transpired for the agency, a new report was mandated by the Department of War. So today we will be reporting on our successes, setbacks, and enemy progress. Stagnic 1 was a resounding success. We managed to launch the world's first artificial satellite into orbit around Kerbal. It is currently orbiting between 70 and 80,000 kilometers over Kerbal, just outside the atmosphere, steadily beeping away with its onboard batteries scheduled to keep it in operation for quite some time to come. Newspapers around the world were quite ecstatic about both the success of our space program and fear for what we could potentially put into orbit besides a tiny little orb. So all around, an amazing success. Here we have an artist representation. Naturally, as the first artificial satellite, there was no external cameras to take pictures of it once it was up there. Jebediah Kerman successfully launched into space, passing the Kármán line and becoming the first Kerbal to enter space, as well as the first Kerbal to successfully orbit Kerbin and return. This was carried out aboard Vostag 1. It was a great success for the program, and again demonstrated the technological prowess of the UCCR. Unfortunately, the following mission on Vostag 2 was not as successful. Vostag 2 was scheduled to be a tourist mission, having demonstrated the safety, or believed at the time, believed safety of our ability to send a Kerbal into orbit and return them to the surface. Two tourist contracts were accepted to launch untrained Kerbals into space, using a probe core to remotely control the rocket and ensure the safety of the passenger. Team Kerman was selected as the first tourist to be sent aboard Vostag 2, while Vostag 3 was also prepared simultaneously to allow for the second tourist contract to be completed shortly after her return. Unfortunately, after successfully circularizing and successfully orbiting Kerbin, her stability assist system was not properly disengaged after circularizing, and throughout her orbit around the planet, the reaction wheels continually fired to keep the craft pointed prograde, which was unnecessary, and drained the batteries on board the craft. Such events were considered by our engineers as a possibility and were prepared for with the use of a reserve power system. However, this reserve power system was not adequately tested and had never been having never been trialed on a completed rocket before. And unfortunately, during Tiemann's mission, the reserve power system failed to activate, and the craft was left unpowered and uncontrollable, preventing her from performing a deorbit burn. Vostag 3 was quickly reconfigured and launched as a rescue mission with Bill Kerman on board as an engineer. Vostag 3 had been outfitted with 2 external spare battery packs, the plan being to rendezvous with Tiemann Kerman, and then Bill would EVA across to Vostag 2 and weld one of the spare batteries to the outside of Vostag 2. This would allow the craft to regain power and enable a safe descent burn. Our program had been planning to perform both spacewalk and rendezvous a few months from then, as a part of the Voskhart program, which was to supersede the Vostok program. Unfortunately, in pushing our schedule ahead, we were unable to fully prepare for an orbital rendezvous. Despite several attempts, Bill Kerman was unable to successfully meet up with Tiemann Kerman. He was able to perform a successful spacewalk and was able to demonstrate the ability to detach and reattach components of the craft, but was unable to actually attach a battery to Tiemann's craft before he ran low on fuel and was forced to perform his own descent burn lest he be stranded in orbit as well. Vostok 4 was immediately prepared as a second rescue attempt, but unfortunately, the craft was not ready in time before Tiemann Kerman unfortunately passed away, her life support system having failed. Tiananmen Kerman marks the first Kerbal to die in space. And as a result, all future tourism contracts will be discontinued for the foreseeable future. The original tourist scheduled to be aboard Vostok 3 has elected by his own volition to continue on his contract, and he will be launched into orbit aboard Voskhart 1 shortly. He was given full opportunity to back out, but he has elected to continue ahead with his journey. All this time, the ATF has not been idle in its own space endeavors, having launched their own satellite into orbit around Kerbin. And about a week ago, Arnold Kerman became the first Kerbal from the ATF to successfully orbit Kerbin and return. Here we have photos showing the Messenger 3 rocket on board which he was flown, as well as a photo of him after having returned and safely landed in Houston, Texas, near the ATF's spaceport. It is important that we must maintain our momentum and lead over the ATF. While they have not caught up to our capabilities in space, having yet to perform a spacewalk and still unable to launch larger payloads into orbit, it is only a matter of time before they catch up to where we are. And so, despite the tremendous financial losses incurred as a result of the tragedy of Vostok 2, we must push ahead to maintain our position. On the global front, political machinations have been carried out. The ATF has formed an alliance with the nations of Kratz and Deutschland, as well as a currently ongoing negotiating a treaty with the country of Kirti. Simultaneously, the UCCR has entered into a pact with Kolska and Cuba and is pursuing relations with Vietnam. Going forward, our goals have been adjusted in response to the events that have unfolded thus far and where we are hoping to go in the future to prepare ourselves for our future missions. Our biggest goal currently is to financially recover from the heavy losses sustained from the Vostok 2 mission's failure. The agency was temporarily put into some significant debt as a result of the mission's failure. We have managed to recover and are now back in the green, but we are a long ways away from where we were before that mission was carried out. We still may have plans to establish a satellite network around Kerbin, and we will be moving ahead with plans to perform a rendezvous and dock 2 spacecraft in orbit around Kerbin before making any attempt to put a Kerbal on either Minmus or the Moon, which will be our next main objectives after performing a successful rendezvous and docking. We still have hopes to create a space station in orbit after the Moon landings. And of course, it is our top priority to not kill any more Kerbals. So, with that, it is we return to our missions. UATF, indeed. Pronounced similar to guacamole. Guacamole is a bowl for guacamole. I see. Alright. So, let's see. Did we have anything under construction when we left? No. We did not. Okay. So let's look at our contracts. Okay. Why is... Oh, did we not close that out? No, we didn't. We kind of have to. It's not alive anymore, so... Alright. This mission. Yeah. For Chapney's trip. We will not be conducting this mission just yet. We will instead be... let's see. Radial jet in orbit around Kerbal. I think this will be what we perform first. So let's head to the spaceplane hangar. Actually, we need to open up this, and we'll go ahead and modify the OL-1S instead of creating a brand new craft. Alright. So, the OL-1S, of course, is covered in scientific instruments, which are of use to us, of course, but we want to... we will be flying over a new biome this time, so we can do our science reports with all of these instruments, but before then, we need to test a Mark 0 Streamline radial jet engine. So, where are you? What are you? Radial jet engine. It's not under the jet engines category. Nor do I see it under the miscellaneous category, which is usually where things go. Oh, do I have to... Is this being actively researched right now? Is that why I can't see it? Hold on. Mark 0 Streamline radial jet engine. I'm studying it right now. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll do that mission second. So let's see. What can we do for now, then? Yeah, I guess we have Chapney's mission, and we have the satellite mission. So we'll do the satellite. Okay, so let's open up. And here, we're gonna go for stack like 7. Load. Right. Let's see. So. We need to have a thermometer. And that's it. So we have a thermometer there. We do have a mystery goo currently on. But we don't need a mystery goo. Though it would probably be good. We're going to such a distance. I think that will still be beneficial. Let's temporarily take our solar panels off. And let's ditch these. I'm not sure how much Delta V we're gonna need for this mission. But let's just put these all on here. And it's like 8. Set test. Oh, not 9. 8. skip one. Numbers cut off. I don't know why they cut off like that. Weird. Alright, well. Oh, we have plenty of Delta B. Okay. So this will definitely be able to do it. Yeah. Now, something I am going to do is I'm going to put a probe core on the bottom stage so that we can deorbit it in the future. So, shoot. Oh, that lined up perfect. Nice. Although, I'm gonna need the probe core to be visible externally, don't I? Maybe I should do that. Yeah, that way we have control core. Yeah. Does this thing have reaction wheels? Yes. Okay. We won't need much reaction wheel in order to, deorbit the thing. So yeah, that should be fine. Because I don't want to leave upper stages in orbit, and I feel like with how far out we're going, we're gonna end up leaving this upper stage in orbit. So we'll do that. And let's edit fairing. There we go. Much more reasonably sized there. Okay, and yeah, do we want to put a relay on this thing just for funsies? Cheapest relay we got. This guy. How much do you weigh? 0.025. Do 0.01. 0.005. Okay. So that'll be slightly more balanced. So, yeah. Okay, I guess I need to edit this fairing again. That's cutting it a little close, but I think we'll be good. Each designated lateral orbit. Reasonable deviation. Have the thermometer on the satellite. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. That's all we need to do. So yeah, I think we got plenty of Delta B. This is being calculated, yep, at sea level, and in fact, we got plenty more. Yeah, so this thing will have zero troubles putting us into orbit just fine. Do we want to bring any other science with us while we're at it? So we can do some high testing. I don't, because we haven't brought any of this stuff into high Kerbal orbit, I don't think. So it's probably a good idea to bring some of this stuff. Is ultraviolet worth more than regular full color? I don't know. But we'll put a full color camera on it for now. Yeah. Let's see. If I take this off, does our center balance look centered? Yeah, pretty much. I think we'll be good. We have a reaction wheel on here. We can counter our center of mass being off, methinks. So yeah. I think this will be just fine. As our next satellite. Okay. Let's go ahead and get her built. Not enough funds to build. Ah. That's a bit of an oof. Okay. What can we remove from this thing to cut costs? We're about 1,000 over, so I don't want to remove these. They're pretty significant equipment. Yeah. We'll remove the camera. Okay. These are our cheapest ones, so they're probably would give us the least scientific value, I would imagine. So let's go ahead. I mean, we have solar panels. I think we can get away with a single battery. Yeah, and that'll cut costs as well. And I think by doing that, I've centered it. It's snap position. So yep, that makes it cheap enough. All right, add to the build list. Oh boy, we have no money, but this mission should pay us quite handsomely, so that shouldn't be too big a problem. Let's just double check that we didn't send 2 of these to be built when it... Yeah, okay. So if you don't have enough funds, it doesn't queue it up. That's good. Alright, well, let's warp to complete. Why is it called Launchpad 2? We only have the 1. How strange. I think I'm gonna move to the tracking center, because I think it's probably a good idea for me to do my time warping in the tracking center going forward, to avoid flashing lights from it switching to day and night really fast. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should have been doing this for a while. Yeah. Alright. these buttons don't seem to be working. So I think this is supposed to tell me what what my orbits are for missions that I have actively selected, which means by turning that off, this blue and pink orbit should disappear. And this one's supposed to tell me my offered orbits, and that didn't seem to make this go away earlier, before I had accepted that contract. So that's a little strange. Oh, order complete. Alright. We are ready to go. Let's check what time of day it is. We can launch during the day. Alright, it's currently sunny out. Perfect. Let's launch. Here we are. SAS on, throttle up. Last minute, let's double check our staging. All looks good. Alright. Let's counter down. 3, 2, 1. Launch! And away we go. Let's start turning over. Want to stay as close not as possible. We're gonna switch to smartass. It's a little bit better at keeping us flat, I think. Move on. Let's see our orbit without having to go to the map menu. Want this number to be 70, at least for start. Fast enough, methinks. So we need to be efficient. Okay, we're close to that 45 degree. It's okay if our apoapse goes a bit high before we circularize, because we're kind of going for a pretty big orbit anyways. Okay, let's see where we're at. And let's add a maneuver. And whoa, that's way up. So we're looking at $28.63 and $28.63. Alright, that's as close as we're gonna get on that. We're gonna be mid-stage for this. Okay, it accounts for mid-stage, right? Alright, let's switch to regular SAS. turn it off, then hide it. Orient to our maneuver node. Go ahead and jettison our fairing. I think use a bit more force. Alright. Looking good. And at 33 seconds, we will begin burn. Flame out. Double. Continue burning. And you know what? I think we're gonna start a new burn. So that we can get better timing on this. Deer in space? Hi, waifu. Yes. Deer in space. Our inclination seems to be good to go. That's nice. We love to see that. Maybe. As close as we get. So burn time 20 seconds. Point at maneuver. Actually, yeah, so we're not going to complete this burn because we need to retain enough delta V to deorbit the booster. So we're gonna do most of this burn, but not all of this burn. Okay. Getting close. Unless doing this whole burn won't consume all of our fuel. In which case, yeah, we'll do the whole burn. Let's see what our actual apoapse is and what we want it to be. Oh, we only have full power. Okay. Can I reduce my maximum? Yes, I can still reduce my... Nope, I can't reduce my thrust. Okay, we're gonna have to just We overshot, but it's fine. We'll do a correction burn. Okay. That's cool. Oh, we regained control. I could have waited a little bit and done... Alright, well, it's fine. So, you know what? Do we want to do a little cheeky correction here? Yeah, we'll do a little cheeky correction. Alright, right there. That'll be perfect. Burn time of 0.0. Yeah, let's set our thrust way down. As low as it goes. Because we want to be as precise as possible with this correction burn. So we can get our orbit as precise as possible. Yeah, so we'll be over the Space Center for this, so we'll have plenty of connection. Let's point in the correct direction. 7! Nice streak going. Hello again, Director. I am a representative from the engineering team, and we would like to suggest we recover more engines. We have found that our commute work can be shortened significantly with the discarded hardware. Well, you're just in luck. I've actually added a probe core to the main stage of this engine, so we can deorbit it after it's been decoupled. I didn't put a heat shield or parachutes on it, but, you know. Well, we can aim for the ocean. That'd be fine. Probably. Yeah. An engine, don't need a heat shield. Mm-hmm. Wise words, wise words. Okay, we're gonna... Actually, let me do the math first. So 17 seconds, so we'll do 16 seconds. So in T-minus 8 seconds, that's when we need to burn. Slow down. That's pretty good. All right, so with that, we are now going to separate. And where is it? It's right there. It has a probe core. It has power. I hope it wasn't draining that command module. Oh, do have separate trajectory? Are they just too close together for me to select them from here? Let's go to the tracking station. We have 2 stagnant gates. Okay, let's, I think that because that one's got the lower time on it, I think this is the one that we just separated. Yeah, this is our booster. Okay. So you are gonna... Actually... We're gonna save this for later, actually, now that I think about it. So let's just... Ooh, you are training. Let's... hibernate. Okay. It's not draining power anymore. And we will deorbit you later. Okay. So you, we've established, are not actually stuck with one. How do I rename you? You are... you're technically debris. Yep. Technic 8. Launch. Launcher. Mm-hmm. And switch back to Static 8. Okay. So, we have connection up there. How's that possible? I have additional tracking stations disabled. How am I connected to up there? Huh? That shouldn't be possible. I shouldn't have a connection right now. E? Hold on. Hmm? Difficulty options. Advanced. Enable extra ground stations. Yeah, it's off. So why do I have connection to a ground station? That shouldn't be possible. Curious. Well, it's not a ground station in hostile territory, so I guess I can bullshit and say that we've negotiated some sort of agreement with whatever country that is located in. If that was connecting us directly to an ATF ground station, though, I would reject being able to do this. I think that's fair. That's part of why we need a relay satellite network around Kerbal, is specifically because we've only been able to get contact directly through Kerbal. So it's strange that we're able to get that up there. Don't know what's going on with that. But, alright. Okay. I think we'll do that, and then we'll do some small correction burns afterwards. Yeah. So let's go ahead. Doop. Point ourselves at our maneuver. Rotate so our solar panels are facing the sun. They're just barely pointing at the sun, but they are pointing at the sun. And you know what, actually? Let's point more at the sun, and then we'll rotate around once we get closer to our maneuver. Alright, now let's point at maneuver node. And we will need to burn at T minus 21 seconds. We don't get anything for transmitting this? Aww. Well, shit. Alright. Guess we can't do that. Micrometeorite detector. Hey, we can transmit you. Beep -a -doo -doo -boop -boo. Data, we can transmit that. Transmit ray data. Transmit you. Magnetometer. Kerbal's magnetic field is weaker out here, but still easily detectable. In the instrument maps the field fluctuations as they radiate into deeper space. Transmit you, and... Oh. I wasn't paying attention to our power. That's a pretty significant problem, actually. Oh, and I missed the... Oh, no. Oh, I fucked it. I fucked... Alright, well, it's fine. We'll just orbit around, and it'll be fine. I'm silly. Yeah. Point towards the sun, and we'll get it next. We'll get it on the next roundabout. So let's just delete that, and move it ahead. Okay, we're full on power again. So we'll go ahead and set up our new maneuver node. Whoopsie. Okay, not sure I can't hide that. Oh well. So now let's I guess we'll try to transmit that again. So which one did we... Hold on. Ion trap. In space hybrid Kerbal. We already did that one. Yep. So ray detector. the magnetometer. Transmit that back. Oh, wow. We don't have enough power in a full battery to do that, huh? Yeah, we're at full battery. Holy shit, that eats power. Yeah, damn, we don't even get a third of the way through. Okay, good to know. This thing produces massive files. Well, that's unfortunate. I won't be able to do that. Wait, actually, hold on. We have this. Extend. Do you allow us to transmit more files? More fast? Maybe? We can hope. Let's fully charge her up and try again. Okay. With our relay antenna extended. Data and transmit. Yeah, no. Not a chance in hell. Okay. Well, we tried. Unfortunate. Oh. Here's our little satellite. Short and stout. Alright. Still angle the panels as much as we can. Alright. T-minus 20 seconds we burn. This time I'll pay attention. And... burning. You know what? We'll go ahead and hide that. And we'll just look at these numbers and see how close we get. So I'm hovering over the kill throttle button. Once we get real close. Okay, now a little bit of Oh, that's close enough, really? Huh. Alright, these are more lenient than I thought. In deviation. Wait, it's not. Orbit disappeared. But it's not completing the contract. What is this bullshit? What? I need to wait. Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was targeting the wrong orbit this entire time. Ah, well, shit. Alright. Whoa. time. Okay, well, there's our new burn again. Whoopsie daisies. And you know what? Let's actually let's kill SAS. And then, let's go to the tracking station. And we're actually going to go to the launcher here. And we're going to deorbit it because it's at its apoapsis right now. Space, no one can hear you, Pog. Alright. We're going to do that. We got a limited amount of time before it kills itself. Oh boy, that's not looking good actually. Ooh. Please turn around quick. We do have reserve power, and I know how to actually use. I know that reserve power exists this time, but you know. All right, and go. Oh. Wait, I have connection to the KSC. Why can't I increase my thrust? Does this control cord not have the ability to do that, maybe? I don't know. How quickly is this going? It's so slow. Please let me increase the thrust. I beg you. Oh, wait. Ah. Yep, okay. That... Wait, no, that let me... That's within the thrust limiter. Ah, god damn it. Oh, boy. Why can't I increase this? My electric charge is going down. Aeration is off. Please go full throttle. I mean, we can still deorbit like this. We have the Delta V for it. It's just really slow. I mean, the Delta V's bugged, so it says 0 right now, but it's not. It's like 100 or something. Why can't I turn you up? What? Do it. Go up. Passing by Technic 7. Well, we're almost at the atmosphere. The atmosphere is at 70,000. We're at 90,000. We started at like 160,000, so, you know, we're getting there. Little by little. Oh. Oh. Come on. Yeah, you know you want it. Get into the atmosphere. Come on. Aye. Okay. So it'll officially be entering the atmosphere, which means that every time it goes around here, it will slowly decay its orbit. It's smaller and smaller and smaller until it crashes down. But we're just gonna let the engine burn until we run out of power. Because that'll limit the number of rotations it has to do before it burns up in the atmosphere. Oh, actually, let me turn on trajectories. Are we gonna crash immediately here? Nope. Okay. Will we be able to deorbit in a single burn before our electric charge runs out? Oh. Oh. Hey! We're gonna crash into the planet. Yippee! Alright. Now, where on Kerbal are we going to crash is a good question. We don't want to cause issues by crashing into enemy territory. They wouldn't be very happy about that. It looks like we're landing in neutral territory. Over the ocean would be better, but kind of missed that. If I had been paying more attention, I could have deorbited us into the ocean. But we'll probably burn up in the atmosphere. Probably. Did you work today, dear? I did not. I have work tomorrow, though. Yeah, Mondays are days off for me. I work on the weekends, so Monday is one of my weekdays off. Okay, well, we are out of power. I can't even kill throttle if I want to. Oh, okay, that's good. So if you run out of power while you're burning, it keeps burning. So this will just keep going until it runs out of fuel, I guess. Although, does that mean I can't leave? Right, you know what? Let's see. How do I switch to reserve power? That's a good question. Hold on. USB. Reserve power. Oh, it's part of the ampere, the amp mod. This thing. Goodbye. Ampere warning. Has dropped below the warp warning percentage. Will not trigger again until electric charge. Yeah. Reserve power. Are we running on reserve now? Oh, okay. That just so it transfers the power into main. Okay, that's how it works. Interesting. Reserve power will not be used if this switch is on. I mean, it wasn't being used before, so I don't know. Alright, cool. Thank you, Ampere. Yeah. So if I had done that, during Vostag 2, we could have saved Team Kerman. But I completely forgot that reserve power was a thing at the time, so very tragic. Meowdy, howdy doggin', welcome in, hope you had a good one. Glad I took Easter Monday off. I was wiped after yesterday, we fell asleep while we still had gas. Alright, squats. 1 squat, 2 squats, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 squats. Why does your rocket look like an RPG warhead? Because that's kind of what the Soviet R7 rocket looks like once it has its boosters detached. It's got this flared bit at the top. And then I have these winglets because I had horrible control in atmosphere without them. So, yeah. Alright. So, that booster will now crash into Kerbin's atmosphere, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. Always good. Because I don't want to... When I put debris in orbit, I don't want to just delete it. If I leave something in orbit, I have to get rid of it manually. Which means I'm going to have to launch a future mission with, like, a claw hook to, like, drag it out of orbit. And that's not something I'm going to be able to do for quite a while, and I don't want to clutter up too many bits of debris around, so we want to deorbit stuff as much as we can. Why not put the winglets on the boosters? I think it looks better on the main stage. Alright, so we're going to switch to Stagnic 8. Alright, we have plenty of time for our next burn. Let's go ahead and point at our maneuver. Turn off SAS. Let's rotate towards the sun. And now... time warp. Entering atmosphere. Deleting clothes. We don't care. Proceed. We're going to be over the KSC, so we'll have full control during this burn. Excellent. Alright. At T-minus 10 seconds, we will begin burning. Oh, I missed it. Let's take it. Oh, God. Got to turn on SES. Oh, well. It's fine. Alright. So now... add a maneuver. And we're gonna circularize. Whoa. We're getting a moon encounter. We don't want that. Okay, so this satellite is not gonna be able to permanently stay in orbit, huh? Because it's gonna get grabbed by the moon at some point. Okay. So I guess we'll just do the majority of our burn for now, and then on a second pass around, we'll do our final burn to circularize. So let's go ahead and pointer at the thing. Check our panels, make sure they are aligned with the sun. Alright. Disable SAS to reserve to save power, and fast forward. Alright, we've lost connection. We regained connection. Right, so it seems like the extra ground stations are no longer working for us. Which is, of course, how it should be. We're a little bit off on our inclination. Probably because I accidentally turned off SAS for a bit, so that's a little unfortunate, but we can fix it later. We have plenty of Delta V remaining. Let's look here, actually. A bit closer. At T minus 7 seconds, we'll burn. Oh, fuck. God damn it, I did it again. God damn it. Oh, shit, we're gonna get another moon encounter. God damn it. Okay, actually, no, that's only if we stay on our current trajectory. If we don't stay on our current trajectory, we will lose the moon encounter. So, yeah, we're fine. Maneuver, thingamajib. Thank you. I need to go... that. Leave SAS enabled. We're not draining battery that fast anyways. I don't have to be that cautious. We do have reserve power. I should just leave SAS on for now. Because our center of mass is not perfectly centered on this thing due to our scientific instruments. So if I don't have SAS on, we will spin out of control every time we power up. We're really reliant on our reaction wheels to keep us steady. Alright. And I'm going to go ahead and hide that and just pay attention to here. Oh. Did that count? Wow, these are much more forgiving than I thought, huh? On the orbits. Nice. Wow, we are... They wanted they wanted the orbit to have 0 inclination, and we're at quite an angle, and they still accepted that. That's good. Nice. And they only wanted the satellite to be stable for 10 seconds. So it doesn't matter that we're not anymore. So yeah, great. Fantastic success. Let's see, I just want to... Yeah. Yeah, position satellite. That was successful. So, can I move that satellite now? Wherever I want, in theory? Because I kind of don't want it to get hit by the moon. I kind of want it to be around Kerbal still. So if I could move that down, that would be kind of nice. I think I can. 'Cause I already got paid for completing the contract. So, you know, what are they gonna do? Take their money back? Because I moved the satellite? You know, you should have stipulated in their terms and conditions that they wanted more than 10 seconds. And they specifically asked for 10 seconds. I feel like I'm within my right to move this now. So let's put this here. And we're gonna... Oh boy. Bring you down. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, if I had put Science Junior on this thing, I could have tried to see if I could luck out by getting it into the geostationary, but I don't. So let's just... Yeah, let's just put her into a lower orbit. And... yeah. Just so that it's not getting captured by the moon, eventually. Because we do want this relay satellite to survive for a while. You like weird music? I mean, it kind of depends on what weird means. You heard Angie de Poitrine. I have not. it's mostly circular. They're very weird and good. What, like, genre would they be? Or, like, what was, like, the closest genre to them? They're not squarely in one. Genres. There's an eclipse going on over there. We are in an orbit. We are a satellite. Let's make sure our solar panels are pointing towards the sun. And disengage SAS. And put her into hibernation. Alright. Here we got Stagnant Gate. Flown over Kerbal. Still sadly unable to return its magnetometer readings, but oh well. We will have to include more batteries the next time we bring a magnetometer up. Return to the Space Center. Alright. How is our plane coming along? No, it's ready. It has the thingy on, right? Or no, I didn't do that. Right, because I didn't have the thing unlocked. Right, yeah, so engines. You having a contract for it, it's not free. You'll streamline Mark 1 streamline radial jet engine. I have to pay for it. Scam. Alright, well. We're just gonna strap one of those on there because we don't have enough parts budget to do more than that. Thankfully, we can set the thrust limit to 0, and we can still run the test without having to actually use it. Yeah. I don't know how it works, but that testing something doesn't mean actually using it. They're quite okay with that. And this will only take us 3 hours to construct. Nice. Go ahead and work to completion on that. Subsonic flight is almost unlocked. What should we work on next? What's this? Oh, so this just lets us dump excess fuel. The all-powerful fuel duct is here. I will say, I am not going to use asparagus staging. I have forbidden myself from using it. For those who don't know, asparagus staging is when you have, let's say you have a core booster and you have 2 side boosters. Normally, if the side booster fuel, if the fuel tanks for the side boosters hold the same amount of fuel as the central tank, and you're using the same engines on all 3, they'll all run out of fuel at the same time. With a fuel duct, you can pump the fuel from the external tanks into the central tank, and that way the central tank stays full of fuel and the outer tanks drain, like drop tanks on a plane. And so then, when you're done, when the outside tanks are empty, you can ditch those along with the engines attached to them, and then you still have your central fuel tank full of fuel, and that's called asparagus staging. It's very efficient. It gets you much more delta V than you would otherwise get, but no rocket in the real world has ever used asparagus staging. It's a very complicated thing to do, and so no one has done it. And personally, I've kind of just never really liked the look of it. I don't know. And I feel like it's a bit much. You know? I don't know. I don't jive with it. My immersion doesn't like it. So I'm not going to use asparagus staging. I will use drop tanks. Which is to say, the difference between asparagus staging and drop tanks is that with drop tanks, your extra fuel tanks don't have thrusters attached to them. With asparagus staging, you have a thruster attached to your drop tank, and that thruster is burning the entire time that you're draining fuel from the drop tank. And that's what makes it complicated, because you have the fuel going not only into the main tank, but it's also going into the thruster that's attached to the tank. And that makes things complicated in real life. So I will have drop tanks, but I'm not going to use asparagus. Nothing against people who do. Asparagus staging is a staple of KSP. But... Alright, do have some engines we're gonna need to get eventually through here. Let's save up that maybe, or should I save some more launch escape towers would be nice, so we don't have to use the red Mercury escape tower. Let's like control gets us all the action wheels and control things and docking ports. Wasn't there some goofy rocket engine powered by fluorine and molten salt? There's quite a few goofy rocket engines powered by goofy fuels that are like super toxic and stuff. Not gonna lie, I've started getting more into career mode thanks to the Science Plus mod. I don't have Science Plus installed. I haven't checked it out. That's good, yeah. Yeah, career mode's it's a little weird with some of the contracts that you get. And like the way the progression works and stuff is a bit silly at times, methinks. But, you know, get a big flag on here. Get some helicopter bits on there. More science. Launch escape tower. There's the vanilla other launch escape tower. We need 90 science before we can really do anything that I actually want to unlock. So we'll have to do some science. Science Plus introduces a more gradual increase in science when doing missions. So repeat missions become more viable. Oh, that sounds neat. Spaceplane hangar. Orbit complete. Wait for the sun to rise a little bit more before we launch. Get a little more daylight. Alright, and you know what? Let's put Val in here. We need to start leveling her up as well. So let's give her her first flight on this mission. Hello, Val. Seems to be good. Alright. Well, let's go. Oh, wait. Don't want to accidentally use that one. Sent on the one way. We were veering off to the side a little bit there. Lifting up. Ooh, getting some lag as we lift off the ground, and we're clear. Alright. Now, what direction do we want to fly in for our science? Because we need new sciences. I don't think we've done just over the ocean, so I think we'll just go over the ocean. Like, I can't move contracts to be below this, so I can see both at the same time. Lame. Alright, well, let's start climbing up to altitude. We need to be at least 3,000, no more than 5,000. This plane should be able to carry us up there. Just fine. Oh, that's a little awkward with the IVA, because of the coupler here we have to mount our camera units. So we'll just do this. First person. Have a little look around. Okay, we are at correct altitude. Now let's go flat, build up speed. We've crossed over the speed threshold. We have tested the engine. All is well. Shut that down, just in case. We don't want it to be corrupting our fuel. Alright. Cosmic ray data. Detected while flying over curved waters. Deep experiment. Micrometeorites. Straight impacts. Charged particles. Analyzed. Light data. We took a photo. Ultraviolet light data. We took another pretty photo. Alright. And let's go ahead and get a crew report. From this perspective, you can see the underwater topography. Keep that, and let's head back to the KSC. Console player here. What the hell? Yes. Console Kerbal Space Program. So sad. I'm so sorry. I know that the console version of the game stopped receiving love quite a while before the PC version did. Very unfortunate. But welcome in. Hope you're having a good time. And yeah, I've got some mods, and I am losing altitude a bit too quick, actually. I've got some mods, and some of them had a few more science options. Kinda can't really see the KSC very well. Probably should have done just like a straight vertical inversion instead of turning around to the side like that real slowly, because that made me now off-center from the runway. But oh well. See it there. There's plenty of flat land around the KSC, so we technically don't have to line up with the runway to land safely. But it, it looks nicer to do things the proper way. Okay, I can see the runway. Let's bank on over. So it's lined up. Alright, we are aligned with the runway, maybe, hopefully, perhaps, chance. Let's kill our altitude a bit, and start throttling back. Valentina seems to be reporting in just fine for her first landing. Nice and slow. Ready to deploy flaps. Still don't have action groups unlocked, so I have to do it manually. Alright, coming in nice and steady. A little off center. Let's correct for that. Oh, I think we're getting a little low down. Yeah, we're definitely a bit low. Okay, but we're still high enough. Switch to ground. And drop our speed. Deploy our flaps. Ooh. Come on. overshoot the runway a little bit. Try not to lose the plane. Don't stall. Up. And little throttle. Gauge brakes. We're all good. Perfect landing. Alright. Nice. Congratulations, Valentina. Alrighty. Let's resume flight. We need to recover. Oh, game froze. Unfreeze. Recover vessel to the space menu. Nice. 11.3 science earned. XP game. Yay. Okay. Our contracts again. Alright. We have Chadney's flight is the next one that's up to go. We have enough science for us to unlock one thing. Okay, so what am I getting? It kind of depends on what the next thing that would be best for us is gonna be. Better aerodynamic bits could be nice. Wings are nice, but do we have? We have these. It would be nice for when we need like big plane, but we don't need big plane yet. This stuff we're not gonna need until we get the Soyuz program. Don't think. These bits are all things that we don't really need at the moment. Where's logistics? I think this is all stuff that we're not going to need for quite a while, so we don't have to go down that tree at all for the time being. Ladders. EVA repair kits. I mean, they would be useful, but I don't think any of my parts actually break. I still need to figure out why EVA repair, like the percentage chance for stuff to fail is still at 0%. I need to figure out why that is and correct that. Precision engineering is needed for guns, so miniaturization might not be bad. Let's make things pointy. Pigeons. Channels. Just seeing what these lead to in the future. You know what? Actually, landing. Let's do this. We'll get better launch escape system, landing gear. Yeah. Get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and let's do boss cart 1. Yeah. And up. Alright, Fostag 4. I'm gonna load you. Of course, Fostag 4 was cancelled. Never got actually built. But it will be the blueprint for the boss cart program. So, let's see. Got one extra. Yep. Boom. So, one knockdown. One extra. Yep. Okay, and do we need a pro core on this thing still? Actually, no, because we can bring a pilot along and a passenger. So we kind of don't need probe core anymore. Yeah. Though having this tube sticking out does vaguely resemble the airlock on the Voss Cod. Obviously, the Voss Cod airlock stuck outside where the hatch is, and I'm still angry that the inflatable airlock in Kerbal Space Program is locked behind a very late tech tree unlock, when it's something that happens relatively early on in the space race, but, you know, whatever. Right on relative to manned space flight, at least. Okay. Center mass here. Verticals, yeah. That is 40 out of 40 parts. So we might want to reduce that amount if we can. Let's go ahead and rename this. The boss. Actually, how did I set aside a bunch of names for missions beforehand. How did I decide to spell this? Oh, it wasn't Voskart, it was Voskrog. Rog means deer. No, I know. No, Rog doesn't mean deer. No, Olin means deer. Rog means ant. And Hart is a male baby deer is a hart. Yeah, Voskrog sounds more similar to Voskhod. You have the ah shape, sound shape. But I kind of already said Voskhart in the the presentation at the start of the stream, so I'm kind of locked into that name now. You know, similar to the SR, the SR-71 that happened to, where the plane is actually called SR-17, but the president misread it as 71, and he said that publicly on he said SR-71 publicly on TV when the plane was unveiled to the public, and so they were like, everyone was just like, ah shit, we gotta rename it now so the president doesn't look like a fool. Ooh. Yeah. Anyways. I don't want to look like a fool, so lost part. It is. Okay. So, got that. Honestly, if you don't really need this much electric charge, but we have so much power in the rocket, I don't really need to decrease the power. So, yeah, let's see here. Suborbital flight, and then an orbit. Okay. So we just need to do an orbit. Doesn't matter how high or anything like that. So, perfectly fine. Head over here. Alright. Bill, get out of there. And, you know what? We kind of skipped the Vostok mission that had the real Valentina Tereshkova. So Valentina Kerman will be our pilot for this one. Mm-hmm. Sure they're dressed appropriately. Mm-hmm. Valentina Tereshkova being the first woman in space. And who Valentina Kerman is named after. Unfortunately, Miss Tereshkova has then got involved in politics, and she's currently a pretty big supporter of Putin. So a little less glamorous nowadays than it used to be, but oh well. All right. We leave the Procore on and free up a slot for us to do other things. I want to put science on here. We're not going to be flying anywhere where we haven't already captured these data results. It's just low curve in orbit. We've already exhausted all of these in low curve in orbit, I believe. So yeah, you know what? I'll leave the Procore on just in case. Emergency Procore. And oh, wait a minute, launch escape system. Completely forgot. That's something we don't have. We don't have enough parts for a launch escape system, or do we? Nah, because there's no connection point on here, so I would have to. I need 2 spare parts to do a launch escape tower. Well, we've never had an incident during the launches for these rockets. You know, the ROG 3 here, which is our main rocket, our launch platform. Or actually, no, we're on ROG 4. Sorry, the ROG 4 here has a pretty good track record for not exploding during takeoff. So I think we're gonna be fine with this. Almost forgot to change the text on the nameplate. Lost part 1. And it's cut off. save that. And let's go ahead and launcher. Or not launcher, builder. We need to do that first. We don't have a probe core on the launch stage, so we will have to deorbit that manually. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Should I just remove fuel or something from these? I'm not gonna remove fuel, but I think I'm gonna try to before we fully circularize the burn, I'm gonna ditch this. We'll finish the circularization with our upper capsule, and then we'll go back down with the upper capsule as well. So that way we're not lugging this this center stage up with us the whole way. Save and build, because I changed something at the last second and I forgot that I already set it to build. So I didn't instead of editing it, I just say build again. So we need to yes, just launch one, please. Oh, we could spend money to rush a build. Huh. Good to know. I don't think any amount of rushing would have saved Timon Kerman. So I think it's a good thing I didn't notice that, because then we just would have been even further in the red. Alright. Actually, upgrades. Do we have any? Yes, we do. Okay, let's do... Spaceplane hangar, yes. EAB, yes. Yes. Spaceplane hangar, yes. Okay. And let's go to the tracking station before we do our time warp, so that we're not flashing stuff at the screen. These buttons don't work. Is it showing it as having weak connections to those tracking stations? It shouldn't have connections to those tracking stations. Whatever. Whatever. Actually, we could put Stagnic 8 in a geosynchronous orbit on the opposite side of Kerbin from the KSC. That would be pretty nice, actually. And we could just use the KSC's connections for a bit, but yeah. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do the satellite network. The easiest way to do a satellite network is to launch all your satellites at once, but I would prefer to launch them one by one, because it's more realistic to do it that way. But I need to figure out the math on how to do that properly. Subsonic flight is done being researched. Cool. Oscart 1, let's go. Stacnic 8 relaying through Stacnic 7? Stacnic 7 doesn't have a relay antenna. How is it doing that? Or... oh wait, no, is this saying that Stacnic 7 has a connection? I think it's just saying that Stacnic 7 has a connection to Stacnic 8. I think that's what it means. Stacnic 8 does not have a connection, or it has a very weak connection. Which, again, is weird that it has a weak connection to theirs. The other tracking stations are disabled, but I don't know. Alright. Exit the tracking center. Let's check what time of day it is, and then we'll launch. It's the middle of the night. Wait until morning. Alright, let's launch. We have Valentina and Chadney. Ready to go. Ooh, little hop. Okay. Looks like they're all good. Yep, we got 2 seats side by side in here. Very cramped. Same interior as the single-seater, just with 2 seats. And it looks like Chadney is in the seat that has access to the side window more easily, which, being that he is the tourist who's paying for this trip, that makes sense. And he would be given window seat priority. Yeah, look at him in there. Squeezed in tight. Alright. Let's count her down. 3, 2, 1. Launch! See our Apple apps. It's Friday. Still not the most stable going up this launch system, but you know, it works. Plenty stable for what we're doing. If any temperature gauges appear. Oh, yep, temperature gauges. Separate those. It's half across. Nope, we're at plenty, actually. I've been burning a little too long. Whoopsie doodle. Alright, well, let's go ahead and a maneuver to circularize. Or actually, we're gonna add a maneuver to mostly circularize. Move to the node. Because we are, of course, going to be... Oh, come on. We are, of course, going to be deorbiting the booster. So we don't want to bring the booster with us all the way up. We'll have plenty of fuel left over to complete our circularization and then deorbit. Approaching our burn. We will start burning at T-minus, let's see, 38 divided by 2. I'm blanking on my math right now. Minus 18. That doesn't sound right. I'm being a fool. Hold on. Wait, no. It's 30 divided by 2 is 15. You know, it is 18. No, it's not. It's 19. Yeah. Ignore me. I can do math. I'm fine. Okay, so this will result in our booster re-entering the atmosphere. And we can do this until we are in orbit. Now in an orbit. A little elliptical, but not terrible. Alright. Lovely. Let's go ahead and make sure he's got a good view of Kerbal. Let's have a look out the window. Oh, yeah. Lovely view. Look at that. That's what you want to see. Perfect. And you can disable the HUD with F2. Figure that out. That'd be nice. I'm gonna try to take screenshots as I'm doing missions because I had to. The screenshots that I used in the presentation at the start of the stream, I had to recreate those because I didn't take screenshots as I was playing with the HUD off. I didn't take screenshots at all, actually. So I'm gonna try to remember to do that every time there's something significant that we've done going forward. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh boy. Jeez. Okay. We're gonna do Crew report? Yeah, we got nothing out of that. Okay. Did we get anything for an EVA report? No. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm in space! Cute. Okay. Oh, go ahead and put her back inside. Put her in her seat. Alright. We need to... Oh, well, actually, we've technically already fulfilled the orbit around Kerbin thing, even though we haven't actually gone around Kerbin yet. But we'll go ahead and do that. Hey, babe. Okay, so let's add a maneuver. Oh, wait. I was dragging the wrong direction. There. Ooh, that's a little bit much. Let's... Okay. So we want to try... I want to try and land us near the KSC, so we can put up a memorial flag. That'll land us really close. Actually, should I just do the memorial flag? Do we do the memorial flag wherever we land here, or should I put a memorial flag in the KSC itself? I don't know, but we'll land here, and I'll decide by the time. So let's point her at the maneuver. And time warp. Our prediction radically changed. Oh, and it's changing back. Okay. I think it's just an oddity. Oh, wait, it didn't actually complete yet. Hold on. I don't think we have orbited. Oh wait, no, we safely and back, that's why. So I do need this. I'm a fool. And right at the KSC. Oh, actually, we're past our burn time. Whoopsie. We might not land exactly at it. You know. Oh. Oh, wow, we're way off, actually. Oh, wait, hold on, actually. Good enough. We're going to be passing through the atmosphere for a long time on this trajectory. We have a very shallow return here. Which has the plus side of being extremely safe. But, yeah. Alright, well, let's time warp ahead till we enter the atmosphere. I guess we should probably test the RCS system. So let's go ahead and point retrograde and give the RCS a test. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's RCS on the thruster back down there, so our RCS is not uniform. Let's turn off the RCS on you. Seems to be working. Let's disable SAS, see how much spin we get. Just a little bit. I'd say that is perfectly within acceptable limits, though. Great. Yeah, we'll just have to remember when we want to use this to maneuver that we have to turn this on. Or really, we should probably just turn this off in the VAB. Oh, Voscod type design? Yeah. You're using Tantarez? Yes. I've been a big Tantarez fan for a long time. Is that a flying butt plug? Hi, Gabe. Welcome in. Yeah, it's modeled after Voscod. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. So I'm doing a Soviet-themed progression. As far as like my rocket designs and stuff, I'm trying to copy the Soviet program's aesthetics. We're not doing one-for-one recreations of everything the Soviets did, but I just think that the Soviet spacecraft look cooler than America's spacecrafts. They got all these weird, unique shapes, and then America's just got cylinder with cones on it. Whereas the Soviets had all these curves and angles and swoops and stuff. Looks neat, Alright. So, let's say the RCS system was successfully tested. And we'll time warp until we enter the atmosphere. So if it's like weird shit, yeah. Meow. Meow meow. Try and do it. Yeah.
Worst case, just close the blinds. Don't leave. You can just leave them.
Russian ones were far more unique. Spherical equals Russian. Cylindrical equals German. Werner von Braun was the major move. The American rocket program? Yeah.
It came over and it's Richard.
Oh.
She walked over. Mellow lived in it.
Aw. Little baby. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. By the way, I guess I should go ahead and ask on here as well. There was a YouTube channel that I don't remember that I watched in like between 2016 and 2020. There was a YouTube channel that I watched somewhere within that time frame, and they covered the Soviet space program. They had like a series of videos talking about the Soviet space program, various missions and stuff that they did, and like the history of it and stuff. And I don't remember the name of the channel or any of the videos, but I remember the intro that they had. At the start of every video, they had an intro where they played Time Forward, which is by Spiritov, I think, was the name of the composer for that. They played that song, specifically starting the song about 3 minutes in. As I listened back to the song and I found the part of the song that is used for the intro. And it has like a montage of like various clips from like recordings from the Soviet space program. The first clip in the intro is that of Sergei Korolev sitting at the radio talking over it, which was filmed for a PR thing. He wasn't actually talking to anyone on the radio for that. That was just filmed for PR. But that clip was used at the start of the intro. So I remember these details about the intro. And so if anyone knows what the name of this channel is, I would love to know it. Because I would love to watch those videos again. If for nothing else than just nostalgia. I tried asking the space subreddit, and nobody knows what I'm talking about. So, I got nothing. I wouldn't expect anyone to know what it is. But, yeah, I don't know. Might as well ask everywhere I can. Thought you were talking about been killing in it? No. No, yeah. No worries. We can speed this up. Chatty's having a wonderful time, it looks like. Honestly, I don't know what's special about the Artemis 2. Is there something it does new? So Artemis 2 is special because it is testing the Orion space capsule and the SLS launch system carrying people on board it for the first time. So Artemis 2 is the goal of the whole program is to eventually put a permanent moon base on the moon, as the name entails. And so the Orion spacecraft, which is the command module and stuff that's being used for Artemis 2, is the command module that's being used for that whole that's going to be used for that whole program. So they have to test the life support. So Artemis 2 is like, do a full shakedown, fly past the moon, test the life support systems, make sure everything is working before Artemis 3. And Artemis 3 is going to be a dress rehearsal for landing on the moon. So they're not flying with the lander for Artemis 2 because the lander's not finished being built yet. So they're just testing the command module half of the equation, and then Artemis 3 they're going to test the command module alongside the lander, and that's going to be tested in low Earth orbit, and then Artemis 4 they're going to be taking the lander to the moon. I don't know if they're going to be I need to double check. I'm not sure if they're landing on the moon Artemis 4 or if they're just doing a flyby with the lander for Artemis 4 and then a landing on Artemis 5. I don't remember. I have to look at the schedule again. But yeah. And it's significant because the technology on the Orion ship is a lot more sophisticated than the technology on the Apollo command capsule. The life support system's more advanced. It has a larger interior space. It can carry 4 people instead of 3. It has a toilet. There's more cargo capacity, so they can carry more stuff with them. Bunch of stuff. So it's really cool. It didn't happen. Yeah. So Artemis 2 is currently en route to the moon. You can watch they're live streaming on YouTube and Twitch the whole mission, and they did some observations of the moon earlier today. Looking out the window, pointing their cameras at it and stuff. Oh, starting to get some atmospheric wiggles. Yeah, this is we're coming in very shallow through the atmosphere. Actually, we skipped. We're not even in. We're not even in the atmosphere anymore. We skipped out of the atmosphere. I could have been time warping much faster this whole time. Gosh darn. Okay, well, now we're back in the atmosphere. Good to know. I need people to simplify for me to appreciate it. Yeah. It's okay. I checked on the NASA stream earlier, but forgot that would mean having to hear the president and left. Yeah, I haven't been watching the direct NASA coverage. I've been watching Everyday Astronauts coverage of it. There's a bunch of people who are like doing their own like streams, where they're watching and providing their own commentary and stuff as well. But yeah, I have not had to listen to the president at any point in my watching of it. So, yeah. Oh, there's the KSC. Come back around to you. For example, I don't understand what's impressive about the SpaceX thing until someone told me it's much cheaper to land on a toothpick instead of crash landing. Yeah. And SpaceX is one of the companies that might be producing the lander module. So SpaceX actually won the contract to produce the lander for the Artemis missions, but they've been behind schedule on getting the lander design that they promised to actually work. They're having issues with figuring out how to get the refueling system to work. Because one of the things about Starship is that it's massive. The lander is huge, and it can carry a ton of stuff with it, which is great. Because the Apollo landers were small, and they couldn't carry a whole bunch of weight. So they had to really, cut down on how heavy stuff was that they brought with them. But with the Starship lander, they'd be able to bring loads and loads of stuff, lots of equipment and science things, bits of infrastructure they could start building and all that stuff. Whoa, spinny camera freaking out. But they've been having issues getting it ready in time, and so NASA has actually reopened the contract, and so Blue Origin is now in the running to potentially replace SpaceX's Starship with their own lander. So it'll be it's yet to be seen which company's lander will actually be going up for Artemis 3. It just depends on whoever finishes the thing first. No problem. Elon's supposed to be a super genius, right? Well, yeah. Lander. I hardly know her. Beautiful re-entry effects. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I'm sure our batteries aren't going to explode. We're coming in very shallow. We'll be fine. Yeah. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Okay. It was just the batteries. We didn't actually need those. Wait, fuck. I forgot to turn off time warp. Hmm. Hmm. You see. I was trying to activate the parachutes, but I couldn't because I was still in time warp. I was pressing the button to do it, but it wouldn't do anything because we were in time warp. And I forgot about that because we had been in time warp for so long because of how shallow the descent was. And I didn't quick save at any point in that entire thing. So if I were to be a little cheaty and redo that, I'd have to restart from the very beginning. Now the question is, do I be cheaty and restart that to save Valentina and Chadley? Or do I just live with having 2 tourist missions back to back and in total loss of crew? And this time, not even just a tourist died, we lost Valentina. I said I wouldn't do that. Okay. I'm gonna leave it to the first person who tells me what to do. Do I revert and so I can save them, or do I accept that they're dead? Whoever answers the question first, I'm going with that. And that way, I'm not the one responsible if I cheat and go back. If someone else tells me to do it, it's really twisting my hand. Me as the person sitting at the computer who has all the control over what I actually end up doing. I could just go back on this totally, my hands would be tied. But also, if you told me, nah, they're dead, move on, don't cheat, then you guys would be holding me accountable, and I can't betray you guys like that. Say, given that they would have survived had you not forgotten to get out of time warp, redo. Okay, whee! Revert to launch. Oh, yeah, they do the whole thing over again, but oh well. Is what it is. SpaceX had a lot of victories. They're now suffering from success, much like how the Soviets used the R-7 design so long they struggled to make the move. And I mean, the R-7 works. Falcon works. What happened next? Had they died due to a failure of the spacecraft, that would be another story. Yeah. I think if something happens that is completely out of my control, wasn't my fault at all, there's no way in hell I can go back and revert the flight. I think if a Kerbal dies and it was 100% not my fault, I have to live with it because that's No, that's just how it goes. If it was my fault, maybe I'll play a little fast and loose with it. But, I don't know. Maybe I should just hire some Kerbals that aren't the main four. Hire some additional cosmonauts that we can send up that we don't actually have any emotional investment in. And then that way, when they die, I don't have this whole dilemma. Yeah. Alright. Get to T minus 22 seconds. We'll begin burn. Still have our side boosters on. We're gonna lose them in the middle of this burn, though. And they will crash back into Kerbin's atmosphere. That's fine. Time warp. 32 seconds. A little premature there. Oh, well. Alright, we have reached orbit once again. All is well. So, yep. Why is it still rotating us instead of doing linear? How do I change this? Click on that, it's not doing anything. It's supposed to automatically switch to linear. It did linear before. No. Forward and backward. How do I switch? Google AI lied to me. They said just click the green button to switch between linear and rotation. Spacebar! That's confusing. That's the staging button, but okay. Yep. RCS still works. Alright, let's do a maneuver on trajectories. Why can't I? There we go. Let's just hard to see past the clouds. That'll put us in the water. That'll put us way away. Are we missing the KSC? Let's time warp around to the clouds move. Clouds ain't moving. Oh, wait, no, that's the KSC right there. Right there. So we're missing wildly. Okay. Maneuver. Open you. That's not changing much. Alright, well, I guess we're not gonna land nearly as close to the KSC this time. Just because we have this inclination going on. Actually, I do a burn here. Flatten that. Yeah. Last 10 seconds, we begin burn. Burn. And now we do our deorbit burn. Get much closer to the KSC. There we go. Perfect. Okay, while you're doing orbital hops, I am still playing with smaller sounding rockets. Just trying to get some good downrange distance in RP1. Actually, remember to set up avionics. I'd like to play RP1 at some point, but I do not think I am proficient enough at this game to do that yet. So, my plan is to do a bunch of stuff in career mode, and then maybe, you know, after I've done doing everything here, in a few years, I'll come back to KSP and I'll play RP1. Then, maybe I'll just jump straight into RP1 after I finish like colonizing planets in this career mode playthrough. I don't know. Not sure. Depends on how long I stay interested in the game. Say that as if I will abandon it at some point. I do love this game. And I don't have any intention on leaving it till I'm done. What the fuck? Did I stop that right on? What? Oh, fuck you! Gas limiter. Turn that down. I hit the throttle up and then the cancel throttle button immediately side by side, and it did not listen. There we go. That'll land me on there. Yeah. Panic KSP unlikely. Game is a way of addicting people. Yeah. Alrighty. Now, let's time warp ahead. And this time I'm gonna remember to stop time warping. I'm gonna preemptively switch to terrain mode, so I know how high up we are above the actual terrain. That was another problem. We ended up coming in in the mountains, like 1 or 2,000 meters above sea level. So that not seeing that number delayed my response a bit. I just hit the map key when that happened. Yeah. Alright. So we're entering the atmosphere now. We're going to be in the atmosphere for a long time on the very shallow descent. I wonder if our batteries will explode this time. We'll have to wait and see. Alright. Well, engage time warp. And hover my finger over the 1x time warp button. Yeah, da 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 do. Be a good rocket. Has 3,500 delta V. Meow. Going for 3,000 kilometers downrange. You playing real scale system? Real solar system? Is there? Yeah. Is that bundled with RP1 by default? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I haven't looked too much into RP1. I looked a little bit into it and then saw all the extra stuff that it adds and was intimidated. I do think the progression is very... The realistic progression that RP1 puts you through is very cool, though. Downloaded via CCAN, the RP1 Express install, which downloads everything needed for it to work, and a few other things to mix, namely Raider Nick spacecraft. Yeah. I'm running with I think it was 102 mods through CCAN. And then I have one non-CCAN mod installed. Starting to get a little red? No? Not yet. Yeah. I don't know how I played with mods before CCAN. Well, no, I do know how I played with mods before CCAN. It's not that hard to install a Kerbal Space Program mod. If you know what all the dependencies are and you just like double check stuff like that. It's not that hard. CCAN makes things so convenient if you are doing larger mod lists. I think I don't know exactly how many mods I used back the last time I played KSP before I started this career playthrough. That was in 2018. I know I was playing with Tantarez. I had Chatterer, I had Scatterer, I had Eve, and I think I had like a couple others. So definitely not many. Two probe cores, a science core, and a near-Earth core. Gee, Willie. Your mom lets you have 2 probe cores? Don't grow complacent with this long re-entry. Actually, you know what? I have the power. the dangerous power, but I have it. And actually, I'm gonna... Oh. Oh, doing that has altered my trajectory. You know what? Let's quick save. And let's... burn, I guess? Yeah. Burn retrograde. Bring us back in. And then I guess we won't use turbo time warp. For the sake of not missing my target. Standard physics warp. Fine, you win. At least you're stable. Now that we have corrected, we'll do another quick save. Simulation launch did not go well. Second stage failed to ignite. Oof. Yeah, I need to figure out... EVA repairs and how I can adjust the settings on that. Because currently, it's supposed to default to 1% chance failure rate for stuff. But for some reason, it's defaulted to 0% chance failure rate. So I need to figure out how to adjust that. I might have to open an ini file. Ugh. I don't know. I need to look into it. I'm sure there's guides on how to adjust it. I forgot to go back into time warp this time. Better than forgetting to get out of it, I guess. But, yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and put thrust limit back at full power, just in case. I don't think we're gonna come in hard. I've landed a Vostok-sized module with the bottom end still attached numerous times, just to get the extra money from having it still attached. We don't need to jettison this stuff. I don't think ever, actually. Even if we were coming in, like, super steep, I don't think jettisoning this would increase our odds of survival. I think, if anything, jettisoning the surface stage will only decrease our chances of survival, because it acts as a heat shield. But yeah, those batteries are, again, pretty toasty. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. Whoa! Forgot about physics warp. Let's go ahead and exit out of physics warp. That spinny, the spinny put us out. Okay. Let's thrust limit down. Okay, let's thrust limit up. Yep. That should be all good. Let's point normal. Go up if we can. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good... Oh boy, point retrograde. Whoopsie doodle. Okay. It's just a little overheat. Yeah, it's fine. We're fine. Gauge is getting up there, but we're fine. We are way off target yet again, though, so I think trajectories is just a bit off on its calculations for aerodynamics. That's alright. We're still pretty darn close. I'm gonna go ahead and activate our parachute. Altitude, we're gonna increase that. And there we go. We have safely decelerated. Nice. Now, we can safely put her down. And, yeah. I think we won't put our monument here to... Oop. Uh-oh. Yes. Stop the roll. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. No authority is full. Stop spinning, please. We lost our RCS thrusters. I should have turned those on to help slow us down. Chadney is not enjoying this bit. Valentina seems to be doing just fine, though. Some wibble wobble. Oh yeah, that's slowing us down. It's like we're hitting the tanks into the ground. Yep. There we go. Finally come to a stop. Alright. Lovely. Didn't end up safely recovering as much of the craft as I would have hoped, but oh well. We still got our Kerbals home safe, and we saved the coupler and 4 monopropellant tanks. So, hey, yeah, that's still some money saved. All right, normal recovery. No science earned. That's all right. And, hey, Valentina leveled up. Jaddy leveled up too, apparently. But I don't think we'll be seeing him again. Alright. Yep, we have completed Chadney's contract. Excellent. So now... let's see. Money. Yes. This seems good. Just need to get into a Kerbal orbit and test tiny little wheel. Set. So liquid fuel engine splashed down. Payout's not great, but it wouldn't be difficult to do. Mark 55 FUD, that's a larger one. So it wouldn't be hard to do. We could pull out one of our bespoke tiny rockets to do this one, potentially. Let's see what we have. Discover an escape trajectory out of Kerbal. I don't really want to do that. Analyze the surface at Kerbal's water and Kerbal's shores. Onto the surface of Kerbal, at Kerbal's water and Kerbal's shores, perform an experiment. Each one is its own separate reward here. I don't think we have to do this in a single mission. I think we can do this piecemeal, is the way that this works. But we could definitely take a plane and splash down in these locations with all of the science machines. So yeah, we'll take that. What's Tundra? I don't know where the Tundra is. And this is a do it all in one go. Situation flying low over Kerbal's Tundra. Where is Tundra? Tundra's pretty far away. I'm not sure how much fuel my planes have. We could try it, though. Yeah, I don't think there's any harm. So, yeah, let's take it. We have new plans for Stactic 8 on Kerbal. We need you to move it into a nearby orbit. Huh. It's an interesting contract. Grabs rocket supplies. Yeah, rocket supplies. Okay. Wow, that's... Oh, that would be so easy. Okay, yeah, that's free money. They just want me to change its orbit ever so slightly. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, that's free money. Nice. And then, tourists... I mean, we could do a tourist mission. I don't know. Nah, we're gonna hold off on tourist missions for a while. I want to establish a track record of safe manned missions before I take on another tourist. I think. My track record currently is not so good. This wants me to do a gravity scan specifically over a bunch of places. Oh, and a micrometeorite detector. Lion space. Over Kerbal. Low in space, high in space, high in space. I could put a satellite into polar orbit, start low, and then go high. I could definitely do this. But we're full on contracts, so can't take it right now. We got a while. And these research advancement division contracts, they like cycle through pretty regularly. So I don't think we're not gonna miss it out. This is basically just a way to make it easier for you to keep track of and to reward you for doing science that you missed. This is part of... what's the name of it? Yeah. I forget the name of this mod, but yeah. That's what it does, basically. So, okay. Well, let's, first of all, let's adjust the orbit of Stagnic 8. Since that's an easy one. Alright. Let's, hibernation off. It's got a purple box around it. There we go. That's all we gotta do. 2 seconds of burn. Apparently liquid boosters are hard. I thought they'd be liquid. Point to maneuver. RCS thrust limit to try and get a more rulable burn time. Alright, so T minus 4 seconds, we will begin our burn. I cut that a little close there. Easy money. Nice. More contracts like that, please. And I have plenty of Delta V left over to reposition this satellite numerous times. So, yeah. Good stuff. Back to the Space Center. And mission control. Available. Let's go ahead. Space around Kerbal. Yeah. Let's do this. Accept the contract. Okay. So into... let's see here. So micro wheel. We can shove that wheel on this craft. Easy. Flight, that'll need a plane. That we're not doing right now. This we're not doing right now. This we're not doing right now. We're studying space. Where's that plane? So yeah, let's do this. Switching to SRB for upper stage. For the sake of reliability. Science. So we need to open up. Static 8. Science. We need the gravity thing. Gravity data. Do we already have a gravity data thing? No, we do not. Okay. So, gravimeter is 44,000. Okay, I should have looked at how much this was gonna cost. Well, I mean, once we have it, we'll have it. We can use it as much as we want. So. Oh, sheesh. That's sure we don't have anything else that does that already? Or for cheaper? Well, we already accepted the contract, so we gotta pay. We're gonna take you off. We can't even send the data back from that. Actually, that's a good point. Can I? Blue. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, okay. It makes the stick that it's attached to absolutely sure. This one has no difference though. Okay. So we need... Not that. That's flight. Not that. Nope. This guy. So, gravity scan. Yeah. And micrometeoroid detector. So, gravity scan and micrometeoroid detector. That's all we need, technically. How much power does the gravimeter consume to transmit? How do I see that? guess we can run a simulation. Let's save this, leave, and I need to reset the simulation mod settings again. Oh, wait a minute. Must be renamed to save. Herder. Free. Save. I'm a fool. That's why it kept resetting every time I relaunched the game. Oh, boy. Alrighty. And now, let's run a simulation. And we're gonna see how if we have enough electricity to transmit the gravity meter data or not. Hopefully, we have enough. So let's, there's our gravity meter and top display. Oh, neat. All right, log gravity data. Okay, transmit. Let's observe our electric charge. Okay, we're gonna need more than double what we have currently. Good to know. We don't have the parts budget to more than double what we have currently, so we're gonna have to remove some stuff, which is fine. Oh, this thing, I guess we can take that off. Thermometer, you can go. Cosmic ray detector. We're not using you for this mission. Ion trap, we're not using you either. Mystery goo, we've exceeded all your usefulness. Okay. So now, electrical. Do we have batteries that hold more than 200? So I can use fewer? No, 200 is our highest. Okay. Let's just... I suppose I could put these on here. And offset the weight of the relay antenna a little bit. Alright, but that's still not enough power. Oh, we got plenty more parts budget to work with though, so we can, of course, just slap more of these on. It's not exactly an elegant solution. these on in such a way that it looks nice. It's a bit ugly, but it'll be able to work. Let's run a simulation. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Alright. Gravimeter. Log data. Transmit the data. Oh yeah. There we go. Come on. You can do it. Please be enough. Come on. Come on. Wow, just barely. Okay, that's a little close for comfort. I think I'm gonna add one more battery. Just to be safe. Have the parts budget to do that, so... Why don't I just do this? We had 4 before. Now we have 6. Ring. And we got 2 on top there. Shh. Let's do that. Yeah. I think that will work great. Just want it on this side. Yeah. Symmetry is important. Expected time. Alright. That should be able to do it, me think. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Let's start building it. And while that's cooking, let's go ahead and... Oh, I forgot the wheel! Hold on. Edit. Round. So yeah, I've got exactly 40. have to remove a battery, that's fine. How much do these weigh? 0.025. 0.025. So that would perfectly counteract the weight of that relay, actually. So if we do this, that is now perfectly balanced with that. We can pretend it's some sort of antenna or sensor or something. Yeah. And then how much do these weigh? So 0.005, 0.005. Perfect. So okay, that should be perfectly centered. And then one of these. Go right. Move that one because it's been rotated weirdly. And we'll you right there. Alright. Cool. So that should work just fine. Let's save this. Let's run a simulation just to be doubly safe that we have enough electric charge to complete this transmission. Because I forget if we had just barely enough before or after I added. Oops. It was after. Whatever. No harm. Log, transmit. Okay, even without the electric charge in this the probe core from the first stage, we'll still have enough power to complete the transmission. Terminate simulation. You know what? We'll disable that just in case. And you kind of need more ejection force. Let's do 250. Yeah. Stick with white, which is best. Okay. Save the ship and save the edits. And now, let's go to the spaceplane hangar. So we are going to build a plane. You know what? I think we're going to do a different plane because we're going much greater distance. I want to get there faster, and I want to make sure I have enough fuel. So we are going to go with Mark 1 cockpit, brand spanking new. Master prop monitor. Let's see. Roundel. I don't really like the flag on this cockpit. So let's just toggle flag off. And we'll manually add flag elsewhere. Okay, so fuel tanks. Mark 1 fuselage. And the so there's a specific plane that I kind of want to model this after, and that's the Massachev M55 that I want to use as the inspiration for this. So let's see. Let's see. Does this thing have one engine or two? It's 2 engines. Alright, test at low cyclic speed, at low cruising speeds and altitudes. I kind of want to go high altitude, but low cruising speed is what I want. So I guess we can update this thing when it gets better. Yeah. It's what we've got to work with so far. So it's what we're gonna work with so far. Alright. We're gonna need air intakes. We have these. How closely should I try and get this to match? Shape-wise. I don't have any Mark II fuselage parts. Not that that really matches the shape anyway. So, you know what? We're only going for a rough inspiration. We're not looking for one-to-one copying the plane. So I think that'll be fine. And we're gonna do Mhm. So there's the amount of air that this intakes. Uh, yeah. So with 2 of those, I think we'll be good. Yeah. Even at higher altitudes to a degree. You know what? Let's temporarily just put these up here. And that way they're out of the way of our wings. Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. Waste of money, buying the wrong shapes. Go ahead and bring these back down like that. Mhm. This is as far out as we can zoom on this thing, which is not very far. Figuring how wide I want the wings to be on this thing. Control surfaces. What scale is that? 110. 110. this one? Yeah. Nope. Big wide wings. Now back to fuselage. Get these fellers now. So we're doing a twin boom. Long size tank. And, oh, wait a minute. Oh. It's too wide for the hangar. Ah. That's, Jesus. Okay. We can't build very big planes with the size of a spaceplane hangar that we have currently. That's rather unfortunate. This design's gonna have to be shelved. Well, that sucks. Just looking forward to this. Man. Attach. There. Right, and hold Alt for attachments for more about that. Plane's got no ass. We're adding it back. Don't worry. So now, I don't know why I'm still working on it when yeah, it's too many parts. It's too wide. We're not gonna be able to build this thing. But you know, I don't know. What am I even gonna call this thing? AO1. I want to finish it. I started it, I want to finish it. And then we'll figure out how screwed we are in terms of ability to manufacture. tweak scale these up a bit. Oh, that'll work. Mm. Mhm. Nice. Now, landing gear. And right here. And a tool. Yeah. That looks pretty good, me think. Let's just double check where our stuff is located. So, our center of lift is too far to the rear. How do I bring the mass backwards? It's if I empty these. That really doesn't move it much, huh? I don't have core tanks yet. Those make for great beds. not really sure how I'd be able to rectify the center of mass issue on this thing without serious sacrifices to its aesthetics. Which is unfortunate. I mean, that's a solution, but it's a hideous solution. And it still isn't even enough. I think the better solution would be to move the tail forward. Even then, that's still... That, first of all, it looks like shit, but second of all, that's still not enough. Yeah, unless we delete the tail, it's not going to be good. Or we have to give it canards. We give it canards at the very front. It's still not enough. How much? Hold on. Yeah, we put canards way out here. That balances it. Oh, jeez. Kerbal Space Program aerodynamics. Why must you do this to me? Why must you make building super cool, aesthetically pleasing planes so difficult? Significantly cutting into our fuel. Arrgh. Okay, that helps quite a bit. That only makes it a little bit worse looking. The canards on, which I really want to avoid adding canards. If we put them on, I mean, it helps with the balancing. So... if we... So now we only have to move the canards this far forward. That's a significant improvement. God, it's... Is there a way to reduce lift? No, there's not a way to just like tweak the up wing piece so that it produces less lift. Fortunate. That doesn't even change where it's positioned. You know what? Let's save. Let's do a sim. And let's just see how she handles. Probably like shit, but you know, I don't know. Maybe it's doable. Maybe it's fine. She's off the ground. Gear up. She's flying fine. What happens if we turn off SAS? Immediate nosedive, but you know what? It is recoverable. It is recoverable. We can nose up. We can keep her in the air. This is fine. If SAS dies, I think she can be flown still. Yeah. She needs some serious strut work. So let's turn on auto strut for the wingtips. Actually, how do you use auto strut? Oh, there's auto strut. Enable the heaviest part. Enable the heaviest part. Enable the heaviest part. Auto strut enabled. Part. Radio part. What is that? Grandparent part, not gradient. Not great. And rotate. We're gonna do a little bit down. That will nose us up. Just a little bit. That's better. And the wings are way less floppy. They're still a little floppy. She is not good in a climb. A shallow climb, how high can we get before she loses power? Not very high at all. Wow. So, high altitude spy plane, she is not capable of being. Alright. Well, we try. Oh. We'll put that plane on the back burner. And we'll come back to it once we have a better engine to put on it and an upgraded spaceflight hangar. Yeah. But for now, let's open up the OL-1S. And let's do some science stuff. Why is it one part over? It shouldn't be one part over. We... It's one part over. Huh? I flew this plane earlier today. It wasn't one part over. Oh wait, no, this is... Ah, wait, no, this isn't the same one. This is a different design. We don't want to build a brand new one. We want to modify our existing one. And on the existing one, I removed one of the science gizmos from the top of it. That's why it's within our parts budget. Okay. Now, the fact that we're working with a very tight parts budget here is going to be an issue, of course. What did I remove before though? Oh, the roundels. Yeah. Okay. So we need to do Kerbal's Tundra. That's what we're doing. So micrometeoroid detector. We got one of those. Temperature scan. Ultraviolet light, visible light, ion trap, and cosmic ray detector. Cosmic ray detector. Ion trap. We need a thermometer. And... temperature scan, crew report, ultraviolet, visible light, ion trap, and cosmic ray. Yep, that's everything. Okay. And we'll be exactly within our parts budget. Excellent. We love to see it. Alright. Although, should I increase... We're gonna be flying pretty far. Should I increase my battery sizes? I should probably increase the battery sizes. Yeah. Swap these out for the 2 hundos. Big girls. Increased battery power. Still have some tiny little solar panels on top of our wings to help keep us charged. And actually, I could upscale this. Yeah. May they produce more power. Excellent. That'll only take 1 day to retrofit. And then hopefully we have enough fuel to make it to the tundra. Hopefully. Alright, work to sunrise. And let's take off. We're gonna launch. I'm gonna put Valentina in the cockpit, give her a little more experience. She's only got 2 flights under her belt, so she's got some catching up to do to match Jeb's flight hours. All right. Let's get going. I forgot the overlay is still broken. Away we go. Alright. Solar panels seem to be doing their job. Our electric charge is not dropping at all. Let's go ahead and turn north. We're aiming to fly almost directly north. Need to go just a little bit inwards. We're trying to get around here-ish, is where I think our objective is. That is where the tundra is located at. I don't know how long this flight is going to take. We're not going very fast, and yeah. Do we fly faster at higher altitudes or lower altitudes? I don't know. These engines. Well, quick save. Time warp. The nose a little scrunkly at time warp. It seems to fly just fine. I'd say a rocket engine needs maintenance. We don't have a rocket Doesn't say there when I pull up what that message was. I'm sure it's fine. We do also have the alternators running, so the solar panels might not actually be necessary with the alternators on. But they're good to have as a backup. How far have we gotten? Oh boy, we're gonna be here a while. Alright, we need to correct our course a little bit. I could try the higher scale time warps. Just don't trust them, so we'll quick save before we do that. And if anything great, we'll revert. So, you know, high time warp shenanigans. Why are we nosing down now? Okay, well, seems like we're not nosing down anymore. I don't think I'm gonna do a higher time warp. I think this is as much as we're gonna do. Time warp wise, just I don't trust the higher time warps to be safe. I mean, it's not bad. We're like fourth of the way there, maybe? We're not gonna have enough fuel. We're halfway through our fuel. We're only a fourth of the way there. I should have perhaps verified that it was possible for me to reach this location with my planes before I took this contract. Yeah, we're not making that. Well, I guess we'll do what we can while we're in the mountains. Get a great view of the highlands. Do I dare do an EVA report? EVA report. Get back in quick! Yeah. That went well. Yeah, we're not making it. We don't have nearly enough fuel to reach any of the tundras. No matter what direction we go in, we're not. Because the tundra is all near the poles. So this was not a good contract for me to take, as it turns out. Nope. I guess our best thing to do would be to go turn towards some flat ground for us to land at. Because we're not making it. And I didn't put a parachute on this thing either, which is a big mistake. .180 not directly south? I would have thought 180 was directly south. Oh wait, no, that's with the rotation of the planet, isn't it? I think this way leads us to flatter ground. Start descending a little bit, because we move faster at lower altitudes. So don't really know where we're gonna land. Really should have thought these things through a bit better. I think we can still fulfill this contract if we take the tail off this thing, slap it to a rocket, put the actual tail, the control surfaces on it again, and then we can fly it up on a rocket and dip back into the atmosphere and land it as a space plane. Or we'll fly over the tundra and then land it on the tundra as a space plane. I think that might work. But of course that will require us to do some modifications to this thing to get it into such a state. It'd probably be best to do a bespoke design for that, actually, instead of basing it off of this thing. This thing is not exactly great for a rocket flight, I don't think. Okay, get over this mountain. I think we might put it down. is a city there. You're down on. So maybe not. We just passed the city. A very flat, very blurry city. Yeah, I think this is where we'll do our landing. There's our shadow. There it is. Break. Another happy landing. Let's do an EVA. And let's take the data from everything. We can run landed experiments. Closer to those. Oh, we didn't even log this. EVA report. Alright, nothing new there. Board. Heat. Buckled. Report. Nope, can't do that. Alright, temperature. Temperature here is quite pleasant. It would be a nice place to live. Log data. Log data. Data. Take a picture. Make a ultraviolet picture. Alright. And let's recover her. Alright, not a total wash. You know, we still got 22.1 science out of it. We'll just, we'll have to figure out how we're gonna get it, further away. Probably what we'll have to do is we're gonna have to upgrade the vehicle assembly building. Do that contract, which means we're just gonna be sitting with one less contract we can accept for a while. So unfortunate. But it's alright. We can do this water one pretty easily. With the plane. So let's gear up to do this one. Alright, so let's maybe splashed down or landed on the shores. Need materials study. And alright, so temperature scan. Temperature scan we got. Let's go top to bottom. Visible light camera, we have that. Micrometeoroid detector, we have that. Material study, we don't have that. We've established the solar panels are superfluous. Material study. We'll just put that there for now. Okay. So material study, yep. Cosmic ray detector, yep. Refueler. Yeah, I'll just. I don't want to take it apart to get the internal fuel tanks. We'll just use the. There's a. Oh yeah, fuel tanks. Boop. Yep. All right. Ray detector. Mystery goo observation. We need at least one of these. Material study again. Material study be reset by Kerbal, or does it need a scientist? I don't know. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I think we can do these all piecemeal. So if it takes multiple launches for us to do this, that's fine. Atmospheric pressure scan. Is that pressure data? Local atmospheric pressure. Yes. These. Carbon shores. Spray detector for that as well. Okay. Now we have one extra. We have one part that we need to get rid of. It looks like we didn't need a UV photo, but I kind of want to take the UV photo. So we're going to leave that on. Actually. We only need one mystery goo for this mission. Actually, I should probably keep these closer in so we can reset them with our Kerbal. We can't actually reset mystery goos. Thermometer on this side. Yep. Oh, what? This thing. Frankly, kind of ridiculous to have on here. That's an almost reasonable location. I mean, we're not actually taking off with this thing. We're just going to be rolling it along the ground. So that's pretty doable. And then for that last bit that we still need... I mean, we didn't need the ion trap, so we can remove that. That's not one of the ones we need for the contract. Perfect. This will take 3 days. Let's just do a little sim. Make sure we didn't mess up its ability to roll somehow with the materials bay thing. I'm mostly concerned with the materials bay and how that's gonna Behave. Cut. Oh yeah, that's fine. Terminate sim. Save edits. Move ahead. Now it'll be nice and daytime while we set out. Perfect. Alright, let's launch. Let's remove Jeb, and you know what? Let's give Bob some experience. You know, he's our scientist. This is a scientific mission. He doesn't need to fly anywhere, so it's not like we need a pilot skill. So, yeah. Let's send Bob into the field. Alrighty. Oh, we need a pilot for SAS. Ah, son of a bitch. Well. Oh well. Let's just push forward with the mission. Oh, landed at Kerbal shores. This is where we need to be. This is already counted as the shores. Alright. Materials bay. Duct. Didn't really get a good look at here. Water spray has rusted one of the samples, and some of the electronics are... Experiment. Urban shores. Landed cosmic ray detector. Ray. Analyze. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Material studies for Kerbal Shores is done. We just need to recover it. We need to be splashed down on in Kerbal Shores for the temperature scan. That's interesting. And the atmospheric pressure scan. Okay, so we've done all the ones we can do from a landed position, technically. But let's go ahead and do all of these. And EVA. Take data. Take data. Take data. Oh, careful, careful, careful! Oh, boy. That was close. Careful, Bob. Log pressure data? There's nothing. We already got that one. And here, collect data. Removing the experiment data will render this module inoperable. Current functionality will require a scientist. I am a scientist, or Bob is a scientist. So excellent, we have that. Store experiment 6. Restore. Restored and is operational again. Yippee! Alright, see, this is why we brought Bob. Alright. To the water. Take it slow. Going down. Get close to the water. No plane scientists, don't both sides need wings. It's fine. We don't actually we didn't need to take off this mission. It'll be fine. Okay. Skirt. Splash down at Kerbal Shores. Perfect. All of the science. Drops of salt water seem to have encrusted the barometer, and you are unable to get an accurate reading. You make something up randomly and send it back to the KSC. Alright. Where was the mystery goo? It's Kerbin's waters. Okay. We don't need to do that. Material study. We already did one, but we could do another. pretty happy about the experiment results, but not as happy as you would be if you were on the beach. How about it, Mission Control? Experiment. Alright. EVA? Whoa, the reflections are getting really fucked. EVA report. Look at the inviting waves and realize you forgot your swimsuit. It says, scary ghost of Bob Kerman. Big data. Big data. Big data. Alright, we're gonna have to let go, which is real risky, now bobbing up and down we're going. And how scary ghostly we've got. Select data. Remove data. Restore. Oh god. Take data. Take data. Store experiments. Okay. Wait. It reset some of them? Did it? Okay, no it didn't. Yeah, no, we didn't lose any. Okay, yeah. We're good. I'm freaking out for nothing. Alright. Now then, let's, turn towards the waters. And slowly make our way out. Until we are in new biome. Waves are making it kind of tough. I really gotta fight to keep this wing out of the water or it turns us off course. Sailing a bit now. Oh, okay. Don't let go of Q. Alright. How far away before we're in the waters instead of the shore? Throttle up. Da-da-da-da-da. It'd actually be a lot easier if I had both wings. Oh. Actually, that's not, that wasn't bad. Actually, that was actually kind of a good thing. Our boat. Or a sailboat. Come on. Give me biome. Please. Oh, please roll over. Don't be upside down. Okay, hold on. We need to right this mess. I don't think we're righting this mess. Alright, well, let's repoint ourselves away from the shore. Next test, come on. Maybe not next test. Now that we're upside down, it's so much worse. Pointing back at we're pointing at the shore again. It really wants to return to the KSC. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're recovering this vessel, and we're doing a. We're gonna do a do-over. Alright, 36 science though. Nice. Complete. Yep, okay, cool. Yeah, so it's piecemeal. We can do it each one at a time. And you know what? I think I'm actually gonna I'm gonna start construction of the replacement plane, And then I'm gonna call it a night. So let's get her started on the build list. Mm-hmm. No upgrades. Okay. Yeah. I think that's gonna be it for tonight. So let's go ahead and find someone to need, because I kind of hungry. I need to eat some dinner. Here's the raid message. And let me have a look at who is live. Just wait. We have not rated X in a while. Let's head on over there, shall we? Chat about guns, as the usual. Alright. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you all in the next stream, which will be tomorrow, of some Baldur's Gate. So yeah. We'll be getting started a little late in the night. It'll be like 9:30 ish Pacific tomorrow that we start. But we'll probably end up going to like 1 or 2 a.m. So it'll work out. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye waifu. Bye. Bye Toa. Bye Dawkins. Bye Gabe. Bye Batfa. Bye Potato. Bye Sandy. Bye Nika. Bye bye. Good night. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Good night.